Morning. Can I ask you to take a seat, please, so we can start in a minute? Okay, so good morning, everyone. Welcome to this workshop in Zagreb. Welcome to everyone in the room, and welcome for those joining us online. And I would like to start by thanking the organization and thanking our Croatian colleagues for organizing the meeting at this venue, a beautiful place in Zagreb. Thank you for organizing this lovely plenary room. We have some very nice breakout rooms, so we have the space we need to have the discussions that we are going to have during breakout sessions and coffee and lunch. So thank you for our Croatian colleagues. This meeting will be recorded, and that is for purposes of the minutes, and we can probably share some information online. So the title of this workshop is the startup of the SAMIRA joint action, shaping the future of ionizing radiation in European healthcare. And I think many of you have heard about the SAMIRA action plan, and some have heard more about it or less, but we will hear more about that from one of the speakers this morning. So the future SAMIRA action plan, SAMIRA joint action is the next step under this initiative. And the goal of that joint action will be to sustain impact of the projects that have been and still are running under the umbrella of the quality and safety pillar of the SAMIRA action plan. Do I have to point anywhere? Yeah, perfect, thank you. So this meeting today and tomorrow is organized as part of the currently running joint action, which is called PRISMA, and that is for preparatory activities to support implementation of quality and safety of medical ionizing radiation applications. And almost 1 year ago, the PRISMA consortium started the work on this preparatory joint action, and our consortium consists of 18 organizations from 11 member states and Norway. And the main objectives of this joint action are the mapping of relevant actors in the field of medical ionizing radiation applications and to organize networking and communication events. And the second objective is to write a report with objectives and scope for the future SAMIRA joint action. So one of the results of the first objective is actually this very meeting. When you look around the room, as a consortium, we have reached out to our national stakeholders in the field of medical ionizing radiation applications and to the stakeholders in other European countries. And we have actually had 78 registrations for this online attendance from 17 European countries. And it's not only member states, but also from Iceland and Norway. And we have representatives from European professional societies and from European Commission on site here. And for our online participation, 71 people have registered from 20 European countries and from European professional societies and European Commission. And among these participants, we have representatives from all these different organizations who together make up the field of medical ionizing radiation. So it's health authorities and radiation protection authorities, but also healthcare institutions and professional societies and the research institutes, and also we have some participants from patient organizations. So the second key objective from PRISMA is to write a report on the objectives and the scope for the future SAMIRA joint action. And in the past months, the consortium has drawn up 11 project topics. They were identified as good candidates for the next joint action. And to further develop these draft projects, your input is indispensable, because together you represent the field of medical ionizing radiation applications, and you are the ones who can bring quality and safety to the next level. So today and tomorrow you will hear about SAMIRA action plan and the future joint action, but most of all you are invited to participate in these breakout sessions to work towards this future joint action. Because this workshop really is a workshop, so it is not our intention as a PRISMA consortium that you just sit and listen to what we have to say. Actually, it is the other way around. So we are here to listen to what you have to say, to your thoughts and ideas to improve quality and safety in the field of medical ionizing radiation. So we have breakout sessions for this this afternoon and tomorrow morning. And the last speaker in the session just before lunch will discuss the 11 project descriptions, draft project descriptions, to give you a head start for that. Now, for our online participants, unfortunately, there is no option to join the breakout sessions and have meaningful discussions. But however, we ask explicitly that you share your ideas and thoughts in the feedback form. You have received a link via the email. Please, if you can, use the time that is dedicated for the breakout session to fill out the form. I know some of you have already done that, and we thank you for that. And your inputs will be incorporated in the breakout sessions. And if you fill out the form today before 4 o'clock, then we can incorporate your thoughts in tomorrow morning's breakout session. So with that, I would like to wish you all a very fruitful workshop. And I will now give the floor to our first speaker, who is Philippe Marsan from European Commission, from DG Energy, and he will tell you about the SAMIRA action plan.
Yes, so good morning everybody, and thank you for being here, whether in person or online, and for your interest in the SAMIRA joint action. Yes, so I shall introduce all of you a little bit into the SAMIRA joint action. I know that some of you may have had countless or more numerous exchanges with us, and for some of you it may be already a bit like information you've already heard, but some of you may be a bit newer to what we have done and what was generally done within the European framework and the history. So to get us all at the same level, I would like to maybe repeat some messages that are not new for some of you. Let's see if this works. Doesn't really. So of course, I will tell a little bit about the beginnings of SAMIRA, where we are currently standing, and of course what came before SAMIRA and what will be the future, and all of this of course incorporating the context of the joint action and where we want to have it. So okay, going back to the early history of the, let's say, European legal framework, in a brief version I can say that in the late 1950s there was the drafting and adoption of the Euratom Treaty, which in the chapter on health and safety says that Europe-wide but also nationally basic safety standards shall be derived and drafted, which would say which are the, let's say, the basic safety standards that should not be gone below when it comes to the protection of patients, health professionals, and everybody involved in the medical applications of ionizing radiation. Historically, this was mostly governed and is still governed by the Article 31 group of experts, with a standing, working and very active, thankfully, working party on medical exposures, where we discuss current issues that are happening within medical exposures of ionizing radiation and how to take control of them, how to mold the shape that they're happening in, that those are taken care of without any harm to patients. Many instances of the Basic Safety Standards Directive have happened, and there was also for some time a separate legal framework which is called the Medical Exposure Directive, which since 2013 has been incorporated in the Council Directive 2013-59 Euratom, the Basic Safety Standards Directive as it's currently valid, with its Chapter 7 on medical exposures. Okay, so as said, this was the framework which was deemed sufficient for a long time. But in the early 2020s, then came the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, which was adopted and rolled out. And by that time, also within the health radiation protection framework, we saw that a lot of smaller and bigger issues had accumulated that cannot solely be solved within a radiation protection framework, and very specific input also from several other stakeholder groups like health authorities, of course hospitals and so on is needed, and much closer collaboration is needed and could be made through the Euratom Treaty and the Article 31 group of experts. So yeah, this is then why we, in relation to this, started to form and work towards the SAMIRA action plan. So when Europe's Beating Cancer Plan was formulated, there was seen that for medical applications of ionizing radiation, radiology, radiotherapy, and nuclear medicine, these cannot be solely tackled neither from a radiation protection framework, but also not from a public health framework. And this is why then, under the umbrella of the SAMIRA action plan, we have strived to put together both of these worlds and work towards it. On a general level, I can say that the SAMIRA action plan is governed through 3 strands. The first one is security of supply of medical radioisotopes, where we want to solve the current problems of supply of radioisotopes used in therapeutic and diagnostic applications of nuclear medicine, how to maintain or even enhance the supply throughout Europe for these applications. Quality and safety of medical ionizing radiation applications, or where the question is how to make existing and upcoming applications of ionizing radiation in medicine as safe and as efficient and as high quality both for patients and professionals. And innovation and technological development, where we, with the resources that we have available, try to support innovation and innovative projects that could help us in these first 2, but more the second strand. Taking it from the context of this SAMIRA joint action, I would like to stress that most of the SAMIRA joint action will be happening within the on the context of the second strand, on the quality and safety strand. Okay, and to more closely work together with both health and radiation protection authorities, but also other stakeholders, as mentioned earlier, we then, in the forming of the SAMIRA action plan, we're also forming a sort of expert group where both health and radiation protection authorities could work, which we call the Steering Group on Quality and Safety of Medical Applications of Ionizing Radiation, which, to make it shorter, we abbreviated into SGQS. So we can say that from all 27 member states and from Norway, we have at least 1 representative now, which is great. So as you can see, in a very abbreviated and crystallized form, we discuss in regular plenary meetings, but also in all kinds of written exchanges, current issues, what's currently happening in the radiation protection world and in the medical ionizing radiation world. We collect evidence, we see whether there's regulatory coordination possible with other players like medical devices players, health players, and so on. We strive to tackle issues like workforce availability, education and training, whether there's good access to the right equipment and whether there are good procedures developed. And all of this is, for instance, to various projects formed that it goes into guidance and recommendations, and that's good practices which may be available in a small number of member states or a small number of institutions, hospitals and so on, are made available for all of us, and which now we will be working on also through the umbrella of this joint action, goes into member states' implementation and feedback, and then at a later time when we have learned our lessons from this practical implementation, the arrow goes back and sees, was it a good implementation, could still something be made better, and then we can have a new circle of seeing what are the next pain points to tackle. In this, we are aided through several financial mechanisms like the EU General Budget, the EU for Health program under our health, with our health sister networks, Euratom Research and Technology program. One thing that's obviously not written because there was no more space, but which I would like to stress is that at various levels we strive to have good interaction and good exchanges and good collaboration and synergy with all these other actors mentioned and not mentioned earlier. And this is something that would also be very beneficial for the course of the joint action when you will be starting all the projects, or we all together, that everybody takes a look not only to the next and the closest partners and the potential partners, but also looks to all potential authorities, research institutions, health institutions, and so on, to ensure good collaboration and good exchange of experience and knowledge. Okay, this is also a very information-dense slide, which I will not spell out every single word on them, but this is a very short form of the portfolio of projects and best practice projects that we ran over the last 3-4 years of SAMIRA, which roughly, as you can see in the yellow part, correspond to all the most important or the big requirements of the Basic Safety Standards Directive and the health part. So taking into account all the feedback gathered through the Working Party Medical Article 31 and the SGQS, we launched a number of projects, almost I think 15, and tried to derive, or at least on the theoretical level, best practice guidance and some joint knowledge for everybody. And yes, this is now also being put into a, let's say, numerical framework. Currently we're running, where you see lower, the KPI study, where we want to, so to say, see that you can monitor in the future how is this progressing when you'll be monitoring the implementation and whether you're tackling the quality and safety requirements of the BSSD, that you see how you're progressing. And okay, of course, for the interest of today, the SAMIRA joint action, which will be most about the practical implementation and how to roll this out throughout all of you participating. Again, yes, we are aided by the SGQS and the WPMed. So the current state of SAMIRA, okay, this could be a standalone presentation of 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 3 days, but for the purpose of this workshop, I will only make a very, very brief stand. In the supply of medical radioisotopes, we are currently nearing the end of the feasibility study. There are several possibilities of how all included, the European Commission, European member states and so on, could participate in enhancing and maintaining the supply chain of medical radioisotopes and the precursors in Europe. This will be subject to several more high-level meetings and exchanges, and based on the conclusion taken there, we will see then how to help and inject there. On the quality and safety, which is most relevant for today, yes, we had 15 project studies and work streams, of which 8 are fully finished, 3 to 4 more are in the ending stage. All of them will, to a varying degree, be through the course of this SAMIRA joint action incorporated into the theoretical knowledge for your implementation. We have already started on a lower level the follow-up to support for implementation and legal review. For instance, we have drafted a number of soft legal documents called Commission recommendations, which is also a little bit of stock taking for us to see the current legal framework, the current Basic Safety Standards Directive. Is there some conclusion that can be derived that could make it into a revision of this legal framework whenever we'll be doing it? We may be looking towards a group of experts' opinion and so on. So there are various options open, but it's not as relevant for today and for the next 4 years of the joint action. And as said already earlier, the practical implementation should ideally happen within the framework of this joint action. Also, yes, it's again a very information-dense slide, but I'll just tackle here that we supported either through oversight or to co-financing and so on, a lot of innovation projects. A lot could be mentioned on the, let's say, supply of medical radioisotopes. We could mention PRISMAP, Secure. On quality and safety in medical radiation protection, we could mention, for instance, every call of Piano Forte and so on. I think that the conclusion that I want to derive from this slide is also that this makes it very important to, when you'll be working throughout the framework of the SAMIRA joint action, to also include the research organizations and all relevant research work that is happening throughout Europe, because as I saw when visiting a few scientific congresses and so on, there is a lot of us happening that it's, while it may be hard to take stock of everything, it may be very valuable in the course of the practical implementation. Okay, so now the joint action, what the idea is. Okay, we will, Charlotte said already in the beginning a little bit brief about what this joint action is all about, and after me, Deborah from HDA, who will be co-governing the joint action. She'll talk about what joint actions in general are, but I think this does not preclude me from saying what our SAMIRA idea was about this joint action. Okay, a lot could be said about how it started. I will just say that the first exchanges with Santea and Tradea started for us in the end of 2022, as this was a first experience for all of us. It was, I think, for all of us, we can safely say, a little bit of a learning experience, but okay, we all patiently and through dedicated work, and also with thank you to all of you in Prisma, we get there. So the aim was that the idea that we had was to provide a financial and organizational support to member states, as said, to implement the theoretical knowledge accumulated through the course of SAMIRA. This was first of all done through the Prisma, which is the preparatory joint action, which will be coming to an end in this year, where more the main task was to make some early stock taking of who the relevant organizations are there and how you could all work together in achieving this. But of course, as we said, we have 18 organizations from 11 countries. Ideally, we would also, for the benefit of you, like if as many of you, if not all as possible, could come together and share knowledge and share experience in making it happen. And to start the full joint action from 2026 to 2030. Now on the depth and scope, hopefully it will not be only that you will just take the theoretical knowledge accumulated through SAMIRA and just make this the scope and the baseline for the SAMIRA joint action. Ideally, you can also look, as said, what's happening in research organizations, what may be happening in a few hospitals already, what may be happening in some other, even not RP authorities, what's happening in health authorities and so on. So in the way the sky's the limit, or your inspiration is the limit, whatever you can come up with within a safe framework or within, which is not contradictory to the, let's say, basic safety standards directive, to the legal framework, is good to go, I would say. So what's the benefit for you is also, the normal way would be that everybody of you takes the theoretical knowledge and implements it nationally. You have to go through everything on your own. You may not have all the resources to make it work for all the topics and so on. So the idea in this, how to help you, was everybody joins together. You share the resources for the topics that you have and that you can take, but you can in the end get all of the practical knowledge accumulated. And also, as we are co-financing this, the majority of cost is covered. So if I wanted to make a salesman pitch why it would be good for you to participate, it's like it will be never easier and cheaper for you. So you'll all work jointly together, as can be seen on the photo. It'll be much easier for you, less resource intensive, and it'll be co-financed. So that was the idea, how it should be beneficial for you. Okay, on the future of SAMIRA, a lot could be said. This could again be a very long presentation. I'll take it more from the context of the joint action. We will not have a, so to say, very micromanaging part in the joint action where you will have to send every deliverable, every idea that you want to develop within a joint action and need to send us for approval. So that's why I said it will be autonomous from DG ENER and from us. Of course, we are always happy to hear your input, to receive regular updates within the SGQS plenary meetings, which happen twice a year and so on. But we definitely do not want to be micromanaging, and it will be, for, so to say, more for you to stick your heads together and to see in which direction it will go. And yeah, again, enhanced implementation. What we will be doing on, let's say, together with you, but not within the framework of the joint action, we will make and continue the discussion within the SGQS, within the WPMET, Article 31, and also go, of course, outside of the Commission premises, so to say, and see what is happening at HERCA, what is happening in all the and more other professional societies going on. We have already learned to these exchanges this year, last year, and the previous years that there are new and current identified issues that would require a close look, like what's happening in AI, how is it impacting medical radiation protection, what's happening with non-medical imaging, what's happening within therapeutic and diagnostic nuclear medicine. Something that we will do while the joint action is happening, we will not so much make new projects on how to accumulate more theoretical knowledge, but we will more go towards a grants and supports scheme in quality and safety. For instance, we are now towards the launch of the pediatric CT optimization grant, where we take into account a long-term European study that saw that a correlation between CTs happening in pediatric patients and the occurrence of cancer. and to see whether the optimization of pediatric CT can be made in such a way that this is majorly decreased. We are currently running the clinical audit or helping run the clinical audit campaigns and so on. We are always looking to see what will be upcoming innovation, research and development activities. For instance, the current call of pianoforte is very relevant in this, and dosimetry and distribution and nuclear medicine, other therapeutic applications of ionizing radiation. And of course, throughout all the groups mentioned above and throughout all our exchanges with you, we want to see what will be the input for new and existing topics and where we need to take a stance and work together to help resolve current and upcoming issues. So at the end, I would again like to thank you all for coming here. And I hope that this will be a very good and very collaborative workshop where we will come out with a lot of new ideas and how to make the SAMIRA joint action work. Happy for all of you being here or being released online. And let's have a great and collaborative workshop, and happy to see you all in the meetings, after the meetings, however it may be. Thank you.
So thank you, Philippe. I'm just gonna look around, see if there's any urgent questions on this. And otherwise, we can proceed to our next speaker. That is Deborah Fumagalli from HADEA, which is the European Organization for Digital Agency, is that? Unfortunately, she could not be here with us in Zagreb, so she's joining online. Good morning, Deborah. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Charlotte. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm very sorry I can't be with you there. So, as Charlotte mentioned, I'm Deborah Fumagalli. I'm the project officer of the PRISMA Joint Action, and I'm also a program manager at HADEA, that indeed is the Health and Digital Executive Agency. That is the executive agency that has been delegated by the European Commission to implement different programs, including the EU4Health program. And we are also the funding agency of the PRISMA Joint Action and also of the future Joint Action. So Charlotte and the coordination team asked me to have a presentation on indeed what is a joint action and how it is possible for entity to be involved in joint actions. So I prepared this presentation and we can go through it together. So I will now share my screen. So I hope that you can see the presentation.
Yes, we can. Thank you, Deborah.
Okay, good. Thank you. So I will just start with a definition of what is a joint action under the EU4Health program. So a joint action is a direct grant that consists in collaborative action among member states and associated countries participating in the EU4Health program. And the aim, also as Philippe was mentioning, is to develop, share, refine and test tools, methods and approaches to specific health issues, and also to engage in capacity building in key areas of interest. And as you can see in the slide, there is an hyperlink also that brings you on information on which are currently the countries associated to the EU4Health program, that are at the moment Iceland, Norway, Ukraine, Moldova, Montenegro, and Bosnia-Herzegovina. Then, according to the EU4Health regulation, direct grants, so like joint action, may be awarded without a call for proposal, so meaning that they are not competitive calls, if they respect these conditions. So if they are duly justified, if they have a union added value, and if they are co-financed by the competent authorities that are responsible for health in the member states or in countries associated to the program, or by public sector bodies or non-governmental bodies that are mandated by those competent authorities, regardless of whether they will act individually or as a network. Now we will go through these different points. In particular, we will start with the part on the financial contribution, and this is something that already Philippe alluded to in his presentation. action. So the European Union will co-fund action for a maximum of 60% of eligible cost. However, this can be increased to 80% if the action have a EU added value. And this means that it has to satisfy these exceptional utilities criteria that are these two. So either that at least 30% of the budget of the proposed action is allocated to member states with a gross national income per inhabitant less than 90% of the union average, or that bodies from at least 14 member states participate in the action, and among these 14, at least 4 should be with a gross national income per inhabitant less than 90% of the union average. To define which are these countries with a lower gross national income, there are tables like this one. So this table is still from the annual work program 2024, but a similar one will be shared soon also for the annual work program 2025. And here you have the information indeed on the countries that are above or below the threshold. In terms of eligible entities, so the joint action will be co-financed by competent authorities that are responsible for health in the member states or in third countries associated to the program, or by public sector bodies or non-governmental bodies that are mandated by these competent authorities, as I was mentioned before, regardless of whether those bodies act individually or as a network. So these are the criteria, the eligibility criteria for the entities. What happens is that the European Commission will ask member states or associated countries responsible authorities to nominate per each country one or more competent authority responsible for implementing the action on their behalf. And all these authorities will then create a single consortium. I want to highlight that compared to when PRISMA was launched, for like moving forward, now each member state can really nominate more competent authorities. So at the time of PRISMA, it was possible only that each member state nominate one. So now it is possible that more competent authorities are nominated per country. When a member state or an associated country is nominating these authorities, they are also confirming that the nominated entities will be acting as competent authorities for that given action, and also that the nominated entities and their affiliated entities are eligible entities to participate in the action on behalf of the country, and they act under their responsibility. So this is really the responsibility of the member states and the associated country to affirm and confirm this. In terms of the selection criteria, I just want to mention that these should apply for all applicants. So the applicants that are selected should have both financial capacity and operational capacity. With financial capacity means that applicants must have stable and sufficient sources of funding to maintain their activity throughout the duration of the grant and to participate with the co-financing that indeed can be either 20% or 40% of the eligible cost, and also operational capacity. So the applicants must have sufficient operational and professional capacity to implement the activities and complete the proposed action. In terms of the role of the nominated competent authorities, so the competent authorities will have to manage and carry out the action together with the coordinator. The coordinator is the lead competent authority for a specific action, and contribute with their own funding and ensuring that the objectives of the action are met. The competent authorities may also involve in the grant under their responsibility other participants, such as affiliated entities and subcontractors. And now we will see what indeed are affiliated entities and subcontractors. So what is an affiliated entity? It is a formally established organization that satisfies the eligibility criteria, that does not fall with one of the exclusion criteria applying to applicants, as it is defined in the financial regulation, and also has a link with the beneficiary, with the competent authority. In particular, a legal or capital link, which is neither limited to the action nor established only for the purpose of the implementation of the specific action. And I have another slide on like more details on what is a legal link. So a link is indeed a legal or capital link, as I was saying, that is neither limited to the action nor established only for the purpose of the implementation of a specific action. So this covers permanent legal structure, like relationship between an association and its members, contractual cooperation that is not limited to the action, for instance, a collaboration agreement for a research in a particular field, or a capital link, like a direct or indirect control of the beneficiary on the affiliated entity. In the public domain, so in the public sphere, the affiliated entities can cover also the different levels of the administrative structure in case there is a decentralized administration, like for instance, national or regional or local administrations, and or public sector bodies, which are at least in part publicly funded to deliver a public or government service, or are in situation of control by a state organization or another public body. We have also a slide on what is not an affiliated entities. So an affiliated entities, it is not entities that have entered into a procurement contract or subcontract with the competent authority, or who act as concessionaries or delegates for public service for the beneficiary, can't be considered affiliated entities. And also usually entities that cooperate with a beneficiary on the basis of a memorandum of understanding or share some assets are not considered as affiliated entities, even though sometimes in the context of a memorandum of understanding, there were still the conditions to consider an entity as affiliated to the beneficiary. So sometimes really on a case-by-case basis, and we can indeed support with this and assess the documentation that prove the affiliation link between a beneficiary and an affiliated entity. Now, what is a subcontractor? A subcontractor is an entity subcontracted by the nominated competent authority for the purpose of providing special expertise on the action. It is important also to say that not all activities can be subcontracting, like for instance, coordination activities or other essential tasks cannot be subcontracted. And it is important also that subcontracting must comply with the rules in force regarding public procurement as applicable, and this is in each member state. Okay, so these I provided the main overview of what it is indeed the competent authority and how competent authority can then involve in the action affiliated entities or subcontractors. There are, however, other roles in which an entity can be involved in a joint action. For instance, an entity can participate as an associated partner. So associated partners are entities that must implement the action task attributed to them in the project. So these associated partners can implement important tasks, so action tasks. However, they cannot charge the cost or contribution to the action. So the cost is not eligible for these entities. These entities should be registered in the participant register, so have a PIC, so an identification number. They should be located in an eligible country, but we don't need to demonstrate affiliation links with the beneficiaries. Entities can also participate as third parties giving in-kind contribution. So other third parties can give in-kind contribution to the action, that if this is necessary to for the implementation of the action. So this is, for instance, personnel, equipment, goods, works, services that are, however, free of charge. So the parties giving in-kind contribution, they don't implement action tasks, they more support the implementation of action tasks by other entities. And again, they cannot charge the cost or contribution to the action. So the cost for the in-kind contribution are not eligible. And the fact that the third parties and their in-kind contribution are involved in an action should be set out in the project. There are also some limited cases where combination of these roles is possible, provided that this is not used in a way to circumvent the rule of the grant agreement. And in particular, an associated partner can also act as a third party giving in-kind contribution. So again, if this is necessary for the implementation of the action, the associated partners implementing their own task can also support the beneficiary and affiliated entities in the implementation of the task, providing in-kind contribution. or associated partners or third-party giving-kind contribution can also act as subcontractor. So in principle, this is possible for an associated partner, indeed, or a kind contribution to also compete for subcontract for other parts of the same action, again, if this is necessary for the implementation of the action. So with this, I provided the overview of the different roles. Additional information can be found also in the EU4Health regulation, in the financial regulation, and also I invite you to also consult the annotated grant agreement that has a lot of information regarding joint action and also the different roles of the different actors. I'm, however, very happy also to, try to answer any question that you may have or now or later that you want to submit to the coordination team, and they can then share with us the data, and we will try to address these questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deborah. So thank you. I will see if there are any questions from the audience here about what is a joint action, how do I participate? I see one. Can you please, for the group, say your name and country?
Okay, I'm Ivana Kralik, Croatia, and I have one question which is related to this definition, let's say, of competent authority. Is it necessarily a regulator, like Ministry of Health, Ministry responsible for radiation protection, or similar? Or it could be, for example, from the same country to have different competent authorities which will join this joint action. For example, 2 research institutes, 2 hospitals, 1 ministry, and 2 universities. Is it possible? Or what is the condition, what are the conditions to become competent authority? Is it just a beneficiary or really competent authority, like regulator?
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Thank you for the question. So if you have specific question, then I can also consult internally with the legal department. However, just to say that it's really up to the member state to define what is a competent authority for their member state. So indeed, from our side, so the Commission contacted the permanent representative, and then the permanent representative contact the authorities in the member states that are responsible to define what is a competent authority, and then this is really with the member states to define what they consider as competent authority, and that will implement on their behalf the action in that specific joint action. So it depends also by each action what the member states consider can be a competent authority. And there can be indeed more than one in this case, but then if you have specific questions, again, I can also consult internally with the legal department, but it is indeed for the member states to define what will be the competent authorities for that joint action.
Thank you, Deborah. I think that answers the question, Ivana. Any other questions from the audience on these entities or how such joint action works? Anyone or no one? One more from Ivana.
Yeah, if no one has. There are those international professional societies. Mm-hmm. Is there a possibility for them to join this joint action? And if yes, under which terms?
Yes, indeed. So, as I was mentioning, so if an entity can't be considered as a competent authority, then there is a possibility for this entity to be affiliated entities, but in this case, as we said, we need to, there are some conditions for demonstrating the affiliation links. So if this is not possible, so if an entity can't be a competent authority or an affiliated entity, then indeed there are these other possibilities we were discussing. So one possibility is to be a subcontractor, but again, this has to also comply with the condition in different member states, so this is a possibility. Otherwise, there are these other possibilities, as we were saying, so to be an associated partner. So in this case, the entity indeed can implement an action task. However, it is important to say that the costs are not eligible, so the cost can't be claimed. or, as I was saying, they can be indeed third parties giving in-kind contribution. So again, they can support other entities to implement the action, but again, the cost will not be eligible. So for both the associated partners and the in-kind contributors, the cost will not be eligible. Otherwise, yes, the other possibility are indeed, so if they can't be neither competent authorities to or affiliated entities or competent authorities to be subcontracted. I hope this is helpful. And of course, there is the presentation that that I shared. Or if you have other specific questions, also with Charlotte, we're in contact, and indeed we were assessing some specific cases. So if you have specific cases, you can share additional information, and then we can assess.
Thank you. Any other questions about participating? How to participate? Can my organization participate? I think it's we're very thankful, Deborah, that you can share this information, because it may not be on the content, what most of us are here for, but this is a very important part to be able to participate in such a joint action. And thank you also for the opportunity to bilaterally discuss specific cases. Under the current PRISMA program, you can always contact me or my colleagues as the coordinator of this project to discuss specific cases on how to participate with Deborah and with her legal team. So if there are no other questions, this is last call. And thank you so much, Deborah. Thank you for joining us online. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Ritva Blue from the Finnish Radiation and Nuclear Safety Authority, STUK. She's one of the work package leaders in PRISMA, and she will give you more background on this workshop and the objectives of it. Ritva, please.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Should I point there? Okay. You saw the map already. So this is the current PRISMA consortium starting point for the future joint action. So PRISMA is preparing the future joint action. And in this preparation phase, we already have organizations from both health sector and radiation protection sectors. So the aim in this future joint action is that health and radiation protection sectors collaborate, work together, and we would tighten the cooperation from that what it has been so far. PRISMA has had a work plan from the beginning to prepare for the future joint action. At this stage, we don't yet know when the call for tender will be open, when do we start writing, and when the future joint action would begin. When we started this PRISMA project, our thought was that earliest in spring 2026 we could start the future joint action, but it seems to me now that it might be a little bit later, but hopefully in 2026, as we saw from Philip's slide. Here you see the timeline of PRISMA, and you can see this workshop there. So we are We have around 1 year back, and we have 6 months to come, and the aim is to make the tender to draft the content for the future joint action within next few months. And this is why the workshop is here. So some preparations have been done, and now it's time for you to give your feedback and to give your input. What you think would be necessary to be carried out in this future joint action. It's going to be a 5 years frame, and it's possible to do quite a lot within that. So it's important to get your opinions that where to put efforts. When we think about the future project, the ultimate goal is to ensure a sustainable, high quality and safe use of diagnostic and therapeutic medical ionizing radiation for all European citizens. And as I said already, both in PRISMA and in this future joint action, we need to work together, both professionals, health professionals, and also radiation protection professionals. What might be the benefits of the future joint action? Well, it strengthens capabilities of each country to implement the BSSD and other EU regulations. And why do I mention regulations here? All the good principles, SAMIRA joint action, that is actually based on what is in the regulations, or vice versa, principles have been incorporated into the regulations, and we are implementing on that. In the future joint action, we can support national approaches, so we don't need to do everything in the same way. Legislation is also a bit different in different countries, but we follow some harmonized standards, some harmonized regulations, and we implement the results from the previous projects. It might be that the needs in one country are different from the needs in another country. So within this big future joint action, you can select where to participate in, and this is the time to influence on what could be the content, so that you, for your country, you get the best benefits from this. As I said, we can have different approaches in this frame of future joint action. And it's good to learn from each other. We can have good practices that can be disseminated. And there might be points where collaboration is ultimately necessary, because in some cases there are not enough patients in one country, for example, to make the action. So you need colleagues, you need data from other countries as well. So we have this European approach there as well, and approach that you need colleagues from other countries. So, of course, the aim is that we benefit from each other. And whenever the European approach can be developed and adopted, then we use that. So what we have done so far in PRISMA to prepare the future joint action, we have collected EU regulations to realize the regulatory framework. I have some examples of this later. And you were disseminated also a collection of regulations beforehand. We have discussed on terminology, especially concepts on justification, optimization, and quality and safety, because different language is used in different fields and different regulations. And how to match these. How can we learn from each other that even with using different terminology, we might address similar things, we might have similar aims. We have collected recommendations and experiences from previous EU projects and ongoing ones as well, and also national experiences. So Philip presented many projects that have been recently carried out in Europe, and from all of these where the reports are available, we have studied the recommendations, the results, and also we have people within PRISMA who have been involved in these projects, so we have learned maybe even more than what is written in these reports. And there are ongoing actions, and of course we need to learn from these as well. And there is time until the future joint action starts, so we need to be aware of what will happen in the other projects in meanwhile. In PRISMA, we have finally prepared proposals that are proposals of projects, that these are a starting point for discussions and further development. So we are here in this workshop to discuss mainly and to develop further these proposals. It's up to you still to bring new ideas. And also, we will test if there is support for these ideas that are now in these projects. Nothing is fixed so far, so you have a big influence what will be in the future joint action finally. So here I have few examples from the regulatory framework. And the first, I mentioned this convention by the European Commission, which is well known in health sector, not so well known among radiation protection. And this is the basis for the European health care. And it's very interesting that it says that parties taking into account health needs and available resources shall take appropriate measures with a view to providing within their jurisdiction equitable access to health care or appropriate quality. I'm very interested in this appropriate quality because in some other regulations it's more often high quality or good quality. But actually in this convention the wording is appropriate quality. Then there is a directive of the European Parliament and of the Council on the application of patients' rights in cross-border health care. And here, quality and safety are highlighted many times. And actually, one chapter of this directive has been the basis for health technology assessment before there was a separate regulation on HTA. Then there is the BSSD, the Council Directive on, for protection against the dangers arising from exposure to ionizing radiation. And I think this is quite well known, and a lot of actions have been taken to implement it. However, many surveys have indicated, and also these projects carried out, that we have a lot still to be done. And then there is a regulation of the European Parliament and of the Council on medical devices. And this is for marketing of equipment especially. But we have to be aware of that as well. There is also Pharma Directive, and this was discussed in SAMIRA project especially because these new therapeutic radionuclides are more and more used, and there are some issues between Pharma Directive and BSSD that were discussed already in SAMIRA, and I understand that work is going on also in the European Commission to discuss on these issues that have been identified. Then quite a new one is the regulation on HTA, and HTA on medicines is already on implementation phase. And there are these radioactive medicines, radionuclides as well, and we thought that in this new future joint action, it would be good to discuss about how to implement so that we can take into account radiation protection and also this regulation on HTA and all what is on pharma and other regulations. We need to optimize the resources used for justification, and it's not that we would like to prevent on using something, but it's vice versa, how the patients could get good care faster, but still that everything is justified and evaluations are in place. And then there is regulation on clinical trials, which is just mentioned here, and many other regulations. And then there are recommendations as well. And there are international standards from IAEA. So the frame is quite wide. So what do we do here in this workshop? The scope and objectives. So how could we enhance implementation of the European regulations in member states through a future joint action? And now it's not only regulations, but as I said earlier, all the good principles are actually in the regulations, and the SAMIRA action plan is also in line with the regulations. So we should find the ways how can we improve in this implementation. The scope of the workshop is to shape the future of ionizing radiation in European healthcare. So we should think about where to put the efforts now in the future joint action. What is necessary for each of us? The objective is to jointly prepare focused and realistic project plans, building on recommendations from other projects to be implemented on European, national, regional, and local levels as appropriate. And as I already said, new ideas are still welcome. All interested parties are also welcome to join the new consortium. So PRISMA consortium is a different issue, and future joint action will have another consortium. So it has never been the purpose that it's limited to PRISMA consortium somehow. So everything is open and new in the future joint action. And then, what would be the outcomes of this workshop? We have 2 days here, and the purpose is that we enhance collaboration between health and radiation protection authorities and professionals. I have seen good discussion already here on site, and that's a good sign that we can tighten the collaboration. We should make concrete proposals to be further developed for the future joint action. So you got the PRISMA proposals, but these should be developed further. Something can be dropped out, something new can be brought in. Totally new ideas are still welcome, but this is the place where we really shape the future. And then we would like to have preliminary commitments to participate in these future projects and even tasks, and developing them into the tender of the future joint action. We need to know with whom to discuss on each project and each task to get your input into this tender while it will be drafted. So please be very active and participate in these breakout sessions, discussions. That's very, very important. And then if you can give preliminary commitments already, that's excellent. And this preliminary commitment means that you can still draw back your interest, or you can still be there if you can't say anything right now. But this would be a very good place to show your interest. So that was all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ritva. Thank you for this overview of what the idea for this workshop is. I'm looking to see if there are any questions from the audience. A comment? Yes, please.
Yes, something that I need to turn my back to someone, sorry. Something that I maybe forgot to say a little bit, but as you, Ritva, very clearly mentioned that there are several other legal frameworks and technical frameworks, but I tried to allude a little bit in my presentation. So for instance, when we're talking about medical equipment, we very quickly bump into the framework of all the implications of medical devices. When we talk about nuclear medicine, we bump into pharma and so on. And what I was trying to say, and we've heard from many of you through various exchanges, bilateral, collective, and so on, that you on a European level, but also on a national level, you often have a hard time getting to talk to your national stakeholders, to your national medical devices, pharma authorities, and so on, to have this resolved. Then we always or often receive the question, can we help you in the European framework? I mean, the two of us, we talk all the time to our colleagues in the medical devices, pharma, and so on framework, and we at one point may have a workshop, a communication, and so on, but then it will at one point get to your national colleagues on medical devices, for instance, they may say, whatever and bump it into the bin. So this joint action can also be a good vehicle of getting to talk to your national authorities and your national stakeholders on medical devices, pharma and so on, and to trying to get them to be an active part of this joint action, to seeing what problems you face and whether you can collectively resolve related to equipment, to nuclear medicine, so on, these issues. Because that will be the easiest and on-the-spot way to do this. Let's just see whether I wanted to say something more on this, sorry. So that could be one good opportunity to help you in these issues on a national level. As much as we can support at a European level, we cannot accompany you to every single discussion nationally that you may be having to resolve your national problems. So, yeah.
Thank you, Philippe. Any other questions or comments from the audience? Please.
Thank you, Charlotte. It's Georgi Simionov from the European Commission, Director General for Energy. Yeah, I picked up a couple of things that Ritva said. That's very interesting for me. You said that the future joint action will shape the future of ionizing radiation in healthcare in Europe. If I can just qualify the statement a bit, of course, I think it's also very close to some of what you said and what Philip said. I think the joint action is really about the implementation, about the practice. And you're right in this sense. Just a reminder, as Philip showed, there is an established already governance framework for establishing the regulatory framework. Okay, so this is separate. Of course, lessons learned from implementation are a very important part of this. But of course, we still have the Article 31, we have the Council, we have all the machinery of the European Union for this. And of course, we'll be looking at what comes also from this joint action as from other projects to inform these revisions. But it will take, the revision itself will take place under the established by the treaties governance framework. And all this said brings me back to the point of implementation. Implementation really takes place nationally. I mean, at the European level, we get together to the established mechanisms to decide the rules. Then the Commission also has some convening power and some possibility to support projects, etc. And that's what we are trying to do here. But then the real implementation takes place in each country, in each region, and in each hospital, etc. And I think that's really your focus, and that is very closely related to what Philip said in the end. Also, when it comes to cooperation between the regulatory authorities in the different areas, implementing the different pieces of European legislation, you have to have these dialogues nationally. And of course, this umbrella provides opportunity then to learn from each other, inform each other, and help each other to have an efficient dialogue where it needs to take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the group? If no, thank you. I see one more comment.
Yes, so I'm Michel Kohle. I'm a medical physicist from the Catholic University in Leuven, but also a board member from the European Association of Nuclear Medicine. I was just wondering whether there would also be a structure on the EU level to support this joint action, because in one of the slides, ERVI was mentioned. Will ERVI also play a role in this joint action, and will this also support the implementation on a national level? Or will also a lot of the infrastructure need to be foreseen on a national level? That's a question I had.
This is a very good question, Michel. Let's say ERVI, we see it as separate from the joint action. The joint action is really for the competent authorities and in the area of quality and safety. And ERVI is really at the infrastructure developing for production of medical radioisotopes. Of course, there is always the stage, produce a medical radioisotope, then produce the pharmaceutical, and then it goes to patient. There are quality and safety issues along the way. So there probably will be some exchange, but okay, the bottom line is these are separate projects, separate structures. I hope this is helpful.
Thank you. Other questions?
So hi, I'm Philippe van Haveren. I'm from Eurodos, Belgian Nuclear Research Center, but I'm also in the executive board of Pianoforte. So, well, I saw in one of the slides that you say that you want to capture recommendations from different projects, and there was already a list of projects. But of course, Pianoforte, there's also a lot of research projects there, and many of them will have recommendations as well. So, I mean, there's a layer in between in the partnership, so I don't know, and probably in DG Health there are a project as well. So how will you try to capture these recommendations, or how do you establish a link? Or?
Thank you for the question, because yes, results from Pianoforte have been carefully read as well, and there are meteorological projects like Framexi that is also involved. So we have tried to cover whatever there is on this field, and to be honest, in some project results, there are very large, many pages of these results, and some of the results are not very concrete, or recommendations are not very concrete, and they are a bit difficult to be implemented, but still it's in the background. So we have studied everything possible.
Yes, of course. Tricia, please.
Just one comment further to Ritva, Tricia, for Work Package 4 Sustainability. We did, in fact, hold key informant interviews with the stakeholder relationship officer for Pianoforte. So I think in such a pre-project, the results are not just the results of the recommendations, but they're also the results of collaboration and how we work together, and Pianoforte is an excellent example of that. So we've included that in our sustainability work as well. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no, thanks. Yeah, maybe I can just add to this. Okay, of course, under the joint action, the expectation from the Commission services, you know, who are supporting this action and are behind it to ensure the funding, etc., is to take into account results also of research projects, as we said. And of course, a lot is going on, and a lot is coming out of this project. So I'm sure you cannot take into account everything. You have to pick and see what is useful, what is mature enough also to implement at European level or in different countries. And I can say also that we are already doing also this effort into the SGQS framework. We have a couple of good examples. For instance, from the Medirat project, we had an iViolin then to further develop these imaging protocols, etc., and roll them across more hospitals in Europe. Under a different program then, under the EU4Health program. We also used Medirat project results, for instance, in the DRL's recommendation that the Commission is going to publish in the next weeks. There has been also use of the EPCT results, as Philip mentioned, you know, to then formulate a call to improve pediatric imaging in Europe. So there is also work going outside of the joint action under the broader SAMIRA framework, and we're trying our best, of course, to take the results which are really important, you know, and support their future implementation to different programs. But of course, it will be very interesting also outcome of the discussions, you know, how this will be taken forward under the joint action and maybe done in a bit more structured way, even without a full commitment that all the research result projects can be taken into account or can be followed up. But establishing a mechanism, you know, a framework to do that, you know, to talk to the researchers, etc., and to get updated on the research project outcomes, I think is a good topic to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you for this comment. Are there any other questions? Okay. So then I would like to give the floor to Ivana for some practical issues on this on the location.
Okay, some practical information, and I will start with the coffee breaks. It doesn't work, actually. Okay, coffee breaks. I guess you already seen or noticed that in the agenda there is only one official coffee break, the one which follows. It will be served in the same place where it has already been served and started since the morning. Later in the agenda there are no coffee breaks because we will be divided in groups working on our projects, and it was very hard to decide which time will suit the best for all groups, so we decided to go with this permanent coffee break, which means you can leave your rooms at any time and go for coffee or tea or anything else. Then lunch today, day one. It will be available in the same hall, but closer to the registration desk, and it will be served in a buffet style. Tomorrow, you already seen in the agenda, there is no lunch, so we ask hotel to provide small bites which will be served instead of lunch, and they will start with it after 11 a.m. Then, breakout sessions. This is that period while we will be divided in 4 different groups working on specific projects. Please take a photo of this slide because we decided to save a 3 or 2 and not to print this table. But you can also find all this information in front of each of these rooms which are given here. You will see the name of the project and the time during which specific project will be discussed. Should I now say more? I will say now, but it will be repeated later and more information will be provided later. You will be free to change the groups, go from room to room, depending on the project you are interested to discuss. And I think this is all regarding breakout sessions for now. Then, whenever you feel like you need some fresh air, you don't have to go out in front of the hotel. You can use doors which are just the opposite of the entrance to this room. I believe you already discovered that it is very easy to connect to this Wi-Fi network. There is no password. And a small announcement, we will finish at 5 today, 5 p.m. After a short break, we will have a guided sightseeing tour of the city. And since we successfully organized this nice weather for today, it is our suggestion to meet in front of the hotel at 6 p.m. Then we will be divided in 3 smaller groups. Each group will have its own tour guide. So these are some practical information. And in case if you have anything else to ask or any kind of issue to deal with, please just ask. We will find a way to deal with this. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana. So now for our online participants, we will reconvene at 10:40. And for the people in this room, I would like to ask you to come forward just before this coffee break, and we can take group photo just in front here. Maybe our IT colleagues can, yes, put up this. Thank you very much. So please come forward. HICWA is an independent authority that exists to improve health and social care services in Ireland. And he will be talking to you about the concepts of justification and optimization and their relevance for the healthcare sector. Please.
Thank you, Charlotte, and thank you everyone for being here. So as Charlotte said, my name's Andrew. I'm from HICWA in Ireland, the Health Information and Quality Authority, and we are a radiation protection competency authority. So there's two competent authorities for radiation protection in Ireland, but our role is really to do with medical exposures to ionising radiation. I'm also a doctoral scholar, so my research focuses on evidence synthesis methods, and particularly those applied in generic justification. Okay, so just by way of overview, we're going to cover really quickly some of the key principles of radiation protection medicine, and then challenges with respect to actually applying these principles in practice. So for many people here, this might be very high level. For other people, it might be a bit of a crash course. But over the next 15 minutes, I'll kind of outline some of the key concepts here, some of the difference of opinions in these concepts, and some of the challenges that we're facing in the consortium with getting consensus on these concepts. So when it comes to the legislation policy in this area, it's important to remember that there is a bit of a hierarchy. So it'll come as no surprise to most people, and apologies, I'm not sure if you can see that really well, but at the top of our hierarchy, we really have our BSSD, so our European legislation in this area. There's lots of different position papers from professional societies, international organizations that set out their ideas about what maybe generic justification individual level, or optimization involves. But it's very important for us working in the European Union to defer back to our primary legislation or the national transposition of that legislation in the first place. So the directive itself doesn't really set out precise definitions of justification optimization in Article 4. Article 4, of course, covers the definitions in the legislation, but it does give us an idea of the scope in other places, for example, in Article 56. And it's a very important, of course, starting point when considering what is within scope of justification or optimization and what we're talking about here. The second point then is the ICRP publications. This may seem a little unfair, especially if you're from other international organisations, but the reasons why these are called out in particular is they have a significant legal weight. These publications are mentioned specifically and explicitly in the recitals of the legislation. So in the recitals, which are setting out kind of the intent of the legislator and the general direction of the legislation, it specifically calls out these publications in relation to justification and optimization as being important and kind of informing the actual legislative requirements in the directive. So according to the recitals, these publications inform many aspects of the directive, and the intent of the directive to take into account these recommendations for these publications is quite clear. There's also a UN report, which we think is quite important, particularly for the context of justification optimization today, as it sets out really, the landscape in which we are discussing this and the global increase in medical exposures to ionising radiation. And then we also have, towards the end here, other position papers and other research. So it's not to say that these aren't important. Of course, they are important. We should take them into account. Technical document standards and position papers from other agencies, such as the IEA, a very well-respected agency, and professional societies throughout Europe should also be taken into account. But I think first and foremost, we really need to defer to our legislation and those ICRP documents when trying to decide what justification is and how to apply it in practice or in regulation or in research. And similarly, other research papers or academic papers, they might provide important insight to how people on the ground are applying these definitions and what they consider justification and optimization to be. So it will come as no surprise to many of you that in 1977, 3 pillars of radiation protection were put forth by the ICRP, and these were justification, optimization, and dose limitation. So when it comes to these terms, they do appear in the BSSD. Again, the definitions aren't provided in Article 4, but it's very clear under Article 55.1 and the first paragraph on justification what they're really considering this to be. So they note that medical exposure shall show a sufficient net benefit, weighing the total potential diagnostic and therapeutic benefits it produces, including the benefits of the health of the individual and the benefits to society against the individual detriments that the exposure might cause, taking into account efficacy, benefits and risks of available alternative techniques that have the same objective but involving less or no ionizing radiation. So really wordy, really long-winded, but basically the most important thing there is that idea of a sufficient net benefit. We're talking about not I suppose, just a practice that has only benefits. All diagnostic and therapeutic practices will have some element of risk that you need to consider. So there needs to be a net benefit. Also, what's appearing here is this idea of both the individual and society. So it's not just about the individual, but there are levels to justification. And thirdly, an important thing to putting out here is we're never looking at justifying your practice in isolation. You're always comparing it to the available alternative techniques, particularly those that involve less or no ionizing radiation. When it comes to optimization, then we're faced with another similar problem in that it's not explicitly defined under Article 4, but Article 56.4 actually provides kind of a useful list of what's kind of within scope of optimization. So it talks about the selection of equipment, consistent production of adequate diagnostic information or therapeutic outcomes, practical aspects of medical radiological procedures, quality assurance, the assessment and evaluation of patient doses or the verification of administered activities, and again talks about taking into account economic and social factors. So again, and we'll come on to this a bit more in a second, there's an idea of the scope, albeit not a precise definition. And I think what's really interesting in that one is it's talking about the selection of equipment and consistent production of adequate diagnostic information and therapeutic things. We're kind of touching on levels there of optimization again, which we'll come on to more in a second. And then dose limits. So for many of us in the room today, dose limits when it comes to medical exposure to ionizing radiation, we are more familiar with talking about dose constraints, especially when it comes to the patient. Dose limits are set by the BSSD, ICRP and other institutions, but when it comes to the patient, they're not really our main focus. They're more of a priority for public and occupational exposure or for carers and comforters and so forth. So it's not really the focus of what we're talking about really within this today or within this presentation. So just to run through justification and its levels, so this really stems from the ICRP again, that second document we talked about, and at the highest level we consider justification in general. So when we talk about justification in medicine and medicine as a whole, it's generally taken for granted that using radiation in medicine, the benefits outweigh the harms. And there's really explicit statements from the IEA, the ICRP and other agencies that actually explicitly say this is taken for granted, full stop, we don't need to talk about this anymore. For other applications in other sectors of society, that might be less clear, but for here, it's not one that we're particularly concerned with. We also have the individual patient level justification or level 3 justification. So the terminology here, depending on what you're looking at, is going to vary. We talk about level 3 justification, patient level, individual level. This is designed really to healthcare professionals involved in patient care, be them the doctor, the radiation therapist, the radiographer, so forth, other health professionals. And all individual medical exposure should be justified in advance, taking into account the specific objectives of the exposure and the characteristics of the individual involved. That is, the particular application should be judged to do more good than harm. So that idea of a sufficient net benefit coming through there again, and it's really that patient or person-focused approach, taking into account them, their clinical factors, sociological factors, and so forth. But we also have justification at a population level, level 2 justification, or what sometimes called generic justification. Level 2 justification considers whether, on average, a specified practice with a specified objective will improve the diagnosis or treatment or will provide the necessary information about exposed individuals. So here we're not talking about necessarily one individual, it's individuals, it's a group of people or a population. So an example might be a group of particular breast cancer patients who are looking to avail of a treatment. Is that justified? Is there a sufficient net benefit considering the available alternatives? Or similarly, we could talk about chest x-rays for a group of people who have these particular set of symptoms and who are at risk for a condition that can be detected and treated. So my last point here on justification is just on some of the regulatory requirements. So I talked about the idea of different levels of justification coming through from the ICRP. And again, although the BSSD isn't specific on calling out like a definition of generic justification or this idea of levels, it's really echoed in the legal requirements and the actual obligations put on member states and healthcare professionals. So if you look at Article 5, Article 19, 55.2 and Article 77, you're really seeing that requirement for generic justification or level 2 justification being put on member states and its actors. And similarly, then when it comes to individual justification or level 3 justification, there's requirements that are quite specific for the healthcare professional. And then, of course, there's Article 55.1. I mentioned that earlier. That was the italicized text. It's kind of that universal idea of justification, what it involves. I don't have time to cover everything today. I'm, of course, happy to take questions or have other conversations later, but there's a lot more on justification. For example, the BSSD makes specific reference about the importance of justifying screening programs or screening in asymptomatic individuals. That is most certainly within the scope of justification activities. There's a need to consider both public and occupational exposure in these decisions. There's requirements around breastfeeding individuals and taking particular care with the justification of them, and again with medical equipment under Article 20. But I do think one important requirement to call out is that there's actually a requirement on member states to ensure that information in relation to justification of classes and types of practices is made available in Article 77. So member states are required under the directive to actually be transparent about the decisions that they're making in relation to level 2 or generic justification. And really at the end of our conversations over the last couple of months, the PRISMA Consortium do recognise that while the BSSD provides for instances where justification is required, its exact meaning and wider concept in medical exposures to ionizing radiation can at times be less clear. And I think a simple example of this is just the information that you use to inform your justification decisions. So very often when I said sufficient net benefit, you might have thought about the clinical evidence for that group of people, but you could also consider the cost effectiveness or other forms of evidence to inform that decision. When it comes to optimization, then optimization was defined by the RCRP as a process to keep the magnitude of individual doses, the number of people exposed, and the likelihood of potential exposures as low as reasonably achievable below appropriate dose constraints, with economic and social factors being taken into account. So I took that out and decided to show it just because I felt it was a bit more clear, the list we had in the BSSD, I do think that provision that I showed earlier, it talked about the selection of equipment and ensuring adequate information or therapeutic outcomes. You can really see this idea of the levels of optimization set out by the ICRP in that publication coming through there. So again, although it's not specifically calling out the levels in the directive, you can really see these publications being formative in its drafting. One thing that is missing there that the PRISMA Consortium did pick up on is the idea of a level 3 optimization isn't really present, and that idea of optimizing an individual patient isn't coming through in the ICRP documents. It's probably to do more so with the date of this document, because these pillars were originally put forth in 1977, I think it was, but it's certainly something that's echoed in the BSSD and elsewhere, but perhaps time to update that framework slightly. And the BSSD also mandates that radiation doses should be kept as low as reasonably achievable, taking into account technical knowledge as well as economic and societal factors, again echoing that first bullet point up there and the one from the ICRP. So on this, I think we're quite similar in PRISMA, and we agree that questions remain about the precise definition and wider concept of optimization in radiation protection for medical exposures, where you draw that line, how broad you could consider optimization in particular. and these require further clarification and guidance. And really, when we say that, it's just to ensure that if we're all working from the same definitions, we're all talking about the same thing, and we know exactly what one another mean, and we can share knowledge more freely. On that, I'll just say thank you, and I'll open up to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Andrew, for this overview. I think we have time for a question from the audience. Are there any questions or comments? Perhaps you have made it also super clear. Thank you so much. Then I would like to welcome our next speaker. And it is Tricia LaRose from Norwegian Directorate of Health. She is a task leader in our work package on sustainability. And the team of this work package has coordinated stakeholder mapping, and Tricia will share with you results on stakeholder engagement and landscape analysis. Please.
Thank you. Check. Okay, well, see, I'm not one to stand behind a podium after 4 cups of coffee. So my name's Tricia. I'm originally from Canada, so I've asked Leontine to flag me down if I speak funny English. But I'm now at the Norwegian Directorate of Health. I've been there for quite a number of years. So traditionally in a joint action or in a preparatory joint action, we have a number of work packages: coordination, dissemination, evaluation. Today we're here to focus on the technical work package, which is all of the proposals to do the implementation work, but we also have a work package on sustainability. And sustainability is really about keeping things moving throughout the project, bringing in other projects, for example, Pianoforte, Melody, and bringing in new partners. And then also ensuring that the project lives on, either through additional EU funding, national funding, or other opportunities. So we've been working, shall I see here? How do I do this? Everyone has this problem. Wait. Great. So for the work package 4, we've had a number of tasks: mapping of the relevant stakeholders, best practices for stakeholder engagement, and best practices for landscape analysis. It was a lot of work. That's why this scream. We did not expect this amount of outreach. It really overwhelmed us. And I say us because it was the entire work package, and I think every member of the PRISMA consortium who did their national outreach did not expect to be bringing in 20, 30, 40 stakeholders. So level 1, we had 3 levels. Level 1 was the PRISMA consortium itself, which was 12 countries and 18 organizations. But the EU Commission says, no, that's not enough, okay? So level 2 was the PRISMA consortium saying, okay, we need more organizations. And then level 3 was everybody outside of the PRISMA consortium. I mean, it was crazy. It was right before Christmas. Everyone needed a break. So you can see we went from 12 countries and 18 organizations to 33 countries and 431 organizations. I think that's a 25-fold increase in the number of participants. Plus 22 EU and international organizations, plus 10 EU projects, and after Philippe's presentation, there's a lot more. We've missed some, right? So this is an incredible amount of outreach, and I think what we as this sustainability work package would like to really, what's the English word I'm looking for? Let's see if there's a Canadian hockey term I can use to think of. No, but really impress, shall I say, upon everyone here and everyone online is that this is not a competition. I've been involved in many EU for Health projects, and it feels very competitive. But this project and this consortium is special. This is highly inclusive. If you would like to be a part of the joint action going forward, whether you're a person, an organization, a country, we will find a way to have you be involved. This is an incredibly inclusive project moving forward. Okay, so what did we do? I'm not going to go through this, but we'll send out the presentation. And so who is the PRISMA Consortium? Well, this is kind of us. It's meant to be a collaboration between radiation protection authorities and health authorities, but you can see it's much broader than that. And we can do a similar pie chart for every level. We can do a similar pie chart for those people in the room here, those online. It's just to say everyone really, really is welcome. So this is a map. And the map here is showing in the light blue the countries that are currently participating in PRISMA. And then in the purple, it's every other country who's eligible to participate in the next joint action. That's everyone in this room and everyone online, plus additional countries. And Deborah mentioned who those were during her presentation. So we had these tasks, as I said, and task 1, 4.1 mapping is complete. It's never complete. That's why there's this circular going and these arrows going up. So even those of you who are here today or online, maybe you have other contacts, other national contacts, it's never complete. Please come in contact with us. We'll put you in the database. We'll make sure that everyone is involved. Then we had to do best practices for stakeholder engagement. And how did we do that? HICWA did a scoping review, more than 1,000 articles. We reviewed databases. We reviewed EU for Health portals. We did key informant interviews. We're going to send everyone out a survey to get best practices. It's a lot of sort of fundamental desk-based research that's going on to collect information on best practices for stakeholder engagement. And what we realized here, I'm showing you 2 results, is that we need a new model. There's no piece of evidence out there that tells us how, in an EU for Health project, with now 24 countries represented, possibly 33, speaking all these different languages, all this different culture, all these different priorities, different levels of funding, there's no piece of literature that tells us how to do this and how to do it well. We need a new model. And we're going to do a new model. We're going to create it, and we're going to publish it, and it's going to be attributed to this work. It's going to be attributed to all of us. And maybe it won't be cited in Lancet with 5,000 citations. It doesn't matter. But it will be a solid piece of evidence that's representing our experience, our knowledge, and that will help us in the next joint action going forward know how best to engage with all of those in the room, all of those online, the EU Commission, and then other stakeholders as well. So, for example, steps in stakeholder engagement, it's missing something here. There's nothing here about prioritization. Levels of stakeholder engagement, I mean, this is great if we could start creating a matrix and saying, okay, well, how do these levels of stakeholder engagement fit under the different steps? So there's a way to create new models based on existing evidence, but also based on all of our input and experience. And we're going to do that. We're going to try and do that. So this is just saying we did a gigantic review. We did, I mean, there's so much. 1,329 screen texts, 576 pages from Google Scholar, 52 projects from EFL, and there's nothing that tells us how to do this right. So we need a new model. This is giving us some types of ideas, methods, best practices. So we have to fit this all under and create a guidance, a document, put it in the peer-reviewed literature, not a white paper. No one's going to read another white paper. There's too many white papers. Poor you. RITVA, Work Package 5, all those definitions, all those legislations and policies, and there's still more. So we need to do something, and we need to make it publicly open access available, something that can easily be found and cited moving forward. We did key informant interviews. And so this is where we're at. We mapped. We collected best practices, and now we need to do something called a landscape analysis, which, to be honest, is just a fancy term for a survey. It's just a survey. That's it. But what do we want to do with this survey? We don't want to use it to collect yes, no, Likert scales. We want to use it to collect national level knowledge for which we currently have gaps. How are people implementing? What are they implementing? What are they not? What are the best practices? What regulations are they following? What doses do they have? We want to collect this information across all of the member states, all of the 33 countries, and then summarize that so we have some kind of unified European document. And this is really what Work Package 5 is already doing, but we want to do it on a larger scale. And generally, this type of tool, this type of landscape analysis in an EU for Health project is the responsibility of Work Package 4. And what tends to happen when a joint action begins is that we take the first 6 months to design the landscape analysis, and then every other task is dependent on the completion of the landscape analysis, and the entire project is delayed. So what we want to do in Work Package 4, with all of your input, working with all of our work package leads, is draft up this landscape analysis as a part of this project. So when the joint action starts, we can send it out in day 1, and we're ready to go. We're already collecting the information, and we have a good start. So the next steps is complete the scoping review for the landscape analysis. There's nothing out there, I'm sure of it. And then do a pilot landscape analysis in Norway and in Hungary. These are the 2 leads for Work Package 4. So we're testing out these methods before we launch the entire survey when the new joint action begins. That's it for Work Package 4. I just want to say again, these are my 2 monkeys, super excited to go to kindergarten. And we in Prisma are super excited that you're here joining us today, and we hope for your continued support and engagement moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tricia, for this enthusiastic view from your point of view in stakeholder management. Are there any questions from the audience for Tricia? Any comments? I think you've done a wonderful job so far. Really the basis also for this meeting and continue. Yes?
Stakeholder relations.
Stakeholder relations.
No.
Thank you so much. Now for the third speaker in this session, I would like to welcome Ritva Bluiken from Finnish Radiation Protection Authority. She will inform you about the 11 draft project proposals that will be the basis for the breakout sessions this afternoon and tomorrow. Ritva, the floor is yours.
So, thank you, Charlotte. Now we go to the proposals, and these proposals are written in that way that they are very concise, quite short, and they would have some ideas, but on purpose they are left somewhat open so that we can discuss, we can make future projects more focused, and we can change elements there, we can have new ideas. So this is the first drafts of these projects, proposals for projects. Here it goes. Some basic information again, that these proposals are mainly based on recommendations from other European projects. So it's not just anything, but there is some basis. There are also ongoing projects from which recommendations will be included on the way. And then future joint action is going to collaborate with other ongoing projects. And this is very special. So clearly, it's not just communicating inside the consortium of the future joint action, but also communicating with other projects what is happening there, and can we benefit from these results from other projects. And then we go to these proposed projects. You have received the full one-pages beforehand, and this is a very, very short summary of these projects. The first one is strengthening and streamlining generic justification in Europe. We know that in some countries, generic justification is taking place. There are organizations doing that, but we don't know exactly where and who is doing this. And also that how much radiation protection has been taken into account. So we need some information, and also we might have a focus on radiopharmaceuticals, because it's sort of hot topic at the moment, and there is radiation protection and healthcare combined. Then we should identify and map what kind of common inputs or steps there are in this generic justification process. We could have some examples to find out if there is overlap, for example, in this, if there are several authorities doing justification or assessment. Maybe there are different authorities dealing with radiation protection and different with health or medicine. So again, we should find good ways to do it, to optimize it, to make some models. So we should make recommendations and advice on best practice to do this generic justification. And the key issue is to take into account radiation protection there in the process. Of course, we want to be efficient in each country, effective and efficient, and use of resources is one key issue. Then we should engage with and raise awareness of generic justification requirements amongst HTA agencies and medicines or medical device authorities following a completion of objectives 3 and 4 in this. So this project 1 is, it has some elements that are linked to project 3 as well, but we will see it later. Okay. Project 2 is about individual justification of CT procedures. So the methodology is established in EU Just CT pilot study, but this is not limiting to repeating the methodology in Just CT, but it goes further. So why it's important to know that there are unjustified examinations and what consequences there are. For example, we should know about the costs associated with the potentially unjustified CT examinations. And what could we do? What kind of corrective actions there could be to reduce the number of potentially unjustified CT examinations? So it's not enough just to know if something is unjustified, but can you do something for it? And if you think about the healthcare as a whole, I think decision makers would be interested also to know about the potential costs for unjustified examinations. corrective actions would be very welcome, I think, in many countries. Then we go to the third project, a roadmap to optimization of radionuclide therapy. The main background for this is the SIMPLERAD project. At the time when we made this proposal, we didn't have yet the final report on SIMPLERAD project, but now it's available. And this could be developed further. And it's very important here that we have different stakeholders, different authorities involved. And actually, there are 3 levels in this work, according to SIMPLERAD. There is this European authority level, there is national authority level, and then there is a level for professionals. This project is not very well organized yet, because we were waiting for these SIMPLERAD recommendations, but there are some ideas, even more than what was written in this initial proposal that you have seen. So I think in the discussion group, you will have interesting discussions. Fourth project is about optimization of radiation protection in pediatric imaging. Our first thoughts were to include guidelines and training also in this. But then we learned that there is another European project about to start on this. So it might be that this part will be left out, and this might focus on diagnostic reference levels. We know that in many countries, pediatric patients are so few that we need to cooperate to be able to establish DRLs for pediatric patients. But establishing is one part, but promoting and using of pediatric DRLs is another one. So it came out that there is not enough awareness how to use these pediatric reference levels, because they are a bit different, because there is this element of size and also that there are few patients, so grouping these patients might be an issue. Project 5 is about optimization of radiation protection in interventional radiology. First of all, it would be interesting to collect some information how it's done in Europe. It's also interesting in interventional radiology that what is enough, what kind of radiation protection is enough? Is there some level that you might not put that much efforts anymore if you have reached that level? What is the European good level? We don't know. Then to promote good practices is one element here, and training. And also cardiology is included in these interventional procedures. And then information how patients that have received high dose during an interventional procedure are monitored after the procedure would be collected. and good practices shared. But there are new elements also to this from Tramexi project, which is a meteorological project. For example, when we look at the dose displays in interventional radiology, are we sure that the dose is calibrated in a right way? Because typically in calibration, aluminium filtration is used, but in interventional radiology there is this copper filtration, and we should know that is the dose display really showing what we expect it's showing. In Tramexi they made also a survey about understanding of calibration certificates. Do we know what we are ordering when we order a calibration, what is expected? And they are studying a little bit more about that how this uncertainty of the dose could be decreased. So we can learn from that. So this is for patient safety. So this project is not for occupational safety, it's also for patient safety, and we want to strengthen the part for patient safety. And then if there are good practices, I think that would be ideal material to be fitted into clinical auditing, and maybe some auditing guidelines could include this. Then we go to the 6th project. It's optimization in image-guided radiotherapy. Image-guided radiotherapy is becoming more and more popular. It has been used for a while already, and quite often it's manufacturer's protocol that is used. Can we do something for that? Could we learn how to optimize? So just recently, ICRP has published from the task group 116 a publication on image-guided radiotherapy. It's for comments, published for comments. And there is quite a lot basic knowledge, what was supposed to be done in this project. However, do we need still some European guidelines which is not limiting to basic issues but goes further? Do we need something with manufacturers? Could we cooperate with manufacturers to improve this optimization? And then a question about diagnostic reference levels. Do we need them in radiotherapy imaging, image-guided radiotherapy? It's typically that half of the experts say, no, we don't need them, and half says that, yes, we need them because this is also about tissues outside of the target volume. So I think this is a good basis for discussion in this breakout session, that what to do with this project, or is it that there is no interest anymore because there is this ICRP document becoming soon. This is up to you to discuss on this breakout session. Seventh project is about diagnostic reference levels for adults. And these are for nuclear medicine, CT, interventional radiology, and radiography procedures of adult patients. So on purpose, there is no suggestion exactly what DRLs should be included here. There are other projects also on DRLs. So this should be discussed in this, on this breakout session, and it should be a common decision that what would be included in this. Previously, when this has been discussed with some organizations, some countries, there has been a quite high demand on nuclear medicine DRLs. This is also an important issue. Yesterday, I was at the IAEA in the technical meeting on nuclear medicine, and there was a comment about DRLs in nuclear medicine, saying that quite often still DRLs in nuclear medicine are understood to be recommended activities. So maybe there is also a task to be done how to raise awareness what are DRLs in nuclear medicine, how these should be used to avoid this misunderstanding. CT and interventional radiology have been mentioned several times that more work should be carried out in this. There are projects with examples how to do it, but to really do it. You may discuss in the group also, do we need dental radiography, dental examinations in this, and is mammography needed, DRLs for mammography? Everything should be discussed there. And then when we collect data, we might pool it also to see the European data, but maybe in that way that you can see the data from different countries so that you can compare your results with other countries. Maybe you select countries that are more close to you and practices in your countries, not averaging everything. But this is also open for discussion in your breakout session, how to do it. The methodology should be also modern in this, because a lot of data is nowadays available. It's easier to collect data with these automatic collection softwares, and this modern technology should be utilized. Again, there is a training element in this as well, and guidelines for better integration of established DRLs into clinical practice. So a lot is within this one project, but you should discuss where to focus. I hope you don't need to vote there in the discussion group, but let's see. Then next one is radiation protection and pregnancy in medicine. There are European guidelines on this, but it seems that these guidelines are quite old, and novel technologies, new practices are in place, and these guidelines should be reconsidered. Of course, we can't decide on updating some guidelines, but we can collect the information and give the information how to do. And there should be some training, so developing training materials is also needed. And this project is both for pregnant patients and pregnant workers. Both aspects are there. And of course, it's important to spread information on new knowledge. So there should be some kind of awareness campaigns, for example. And these should decrease the fear due to lack of knowledge for all relevant stakeholders. I think many of you have faced that if somebody is pregnant, there are fears, and maybe in new practices, well, there is another discussion about personal shieldings that are necessary. So something advanced on this area is there through other projects, and this new information should be used in this project. Ninth one is strengthening the implementation of incident learning systems. There was this Marlin project that just ended. One part is reporting, but now we talk more about incident learning systems in radiological practices. So the focus is in learning, not in reporting. So what should be carried out in this? There are some methods listed here, like workshops, webinars, so on, and providing flexible templates and guidelines to encourage also in-depth analysis and sharing of lessons learned from radiation incidents. There should be guidance on analyzing root causes of incidents is not rocket science, but there are methodologies how to do it. So why do we not spread these templates and share the methodologies how to do this? There should be some examples, detailed case studies, and we can learn from these. And of course, there should be work with national medical and educational institutions to create training curricula that reflect local regulatory requirements and practices related to incident learning systems. Again, there might be different kind of systems depending on the country, but this project could give some examples. Next one is effective implementation of clinical audits. We know that in some countries clinical audits are running. In some countries there might be some initiatives, but it's not really working system, and in some countries it's not really implemented yet, but we could, in this project, we could facilitate facilitate discussions between authorities, between professional societies to start clinical audits. So we could also pilot in some countries clinical auditing if that is necessary. The aim is really to get something done, so implement clinical audits depending on the country and country's needs. So this could be tailored for each country because situations are very different. There is this Quadrant project, and if I remember correctly, Cloudit is one of the new projects on clinical audits. So we need to cooperate and take into account recommendations from the other projects on clinical auditing. But the aims are very practical, as I said. The next is the last one. It's revisiting European clinical image guideline criteria for X-ray imaging supporting clinical optimization. So, sorry. So, this is really something that we need professionals in this. This seems not to be that much a task for authorities. Again, there are new technologies involved, and that's why these criteria need to be revisited. There is some science peer-reviewed articles on this, so there is materials already for this. An important issue that touches every X-ray imaging clinic, so I think it would be excellent if we could gather people to think about new criteria for image quality. So here were the projects, or the proposal projects, and the purpose is that these projects will be discussed in this workshop as standalone projects. But finally, the projects will be reorganized into work packages of the future joint action, so you don't need to care about that. Now we need to understand better the substance that should be in these projects. And also, you don't need to care too much now about the links between these proposed projects. There are several, and we tried to emphasize the coordination between these projects and also between other European projects on the same issue, so that the work would be efficient. So now, when we go to the discussions, you already saw the schedule for different projects. So you can select that which projects, in which project discussions you would like to be involved. So it means that you don't need to select just one discussion group where you sit throughout the breakout sessions, but you can select that you will be in one group discussion because there is one project, and you go to another group to discuss on the other project. So we have made this as flexible for you as possible. And we are hoping that you can find the most interesting ones for you to sit and discuss, and to bring your ideas and your input so that you can also then get the maximum benefit out of the future joint action. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ritva, for this overview of the draft projects. So discussion will be in the discussion groups, but maybe at this point, are there any questions from the audience for clarification? I see one.
Yes. I'm Katalin Lumnitsky. I come from the National Center for Public Health and Pharmacy, and I'm in a dual role here since I'm also the chair of Melody, and now my question or comment comes from my second role. As you may know, Melody is a European platform dealing with the study of biological mechanisms of low-dose research and biological mechanisms that are at the basis of risk assessment, and further on, this is then at the basis of every justification and optimization procedure. I was listening with great interest the scopes of PRISMA and drafting or planning the future joint actions, where you would like to synthesize the already existing knowledge coming from previous projects, from national initiatives, from EU in regulations, in order to provide synthesis and good practices and improve regulations on justification and optimization procedures in various applications in the diagnostic and therapeutic applications of ionizing radiation. My question is, to what extent the future joint action is open for biologists, in terms that risk assessment exists for certain applications and justification and optimization need to be done for every application. Nevertheless, there is an emerging, increasing number of new technologies, new applications, both in the nuclear medicine field, but also in combined diagnostic and radiotherapy. Just think of image-guided radiotherapy, but I can say other therapeutic uses of novel types of radiation, where the biological basis behind is lacking. So providing optimization is not so efficient if we do not really know. It's not sure that you can extrapolate radiobiology of currently existing widely applied technologies to novel ones. And my question is, to what extent this new joint action is open for either incorporating new knowledge in this field, or at least involving biologists in identifying the gaps or the directions where future investigations are needed in order to improve optimization procedures. So this is my question. I was asking this deliberately before the breakout sessions. Maybe we can think of this aspect as well. And then just last remark, I would like to draw your attention that Melody has published 1 month ago a paper in Radiation Environmental Biophysics, and this paper was written by the Scientific Advisory Committee of Melody, summarizing why there is an imperative need of funding mechanistic research in radiobiology in order to improve justification and optimization at regulatory level. And this paper also made a comprehensive review of why in this particular field there is exquisite relevance for joint European efforts, and efforts at national level are less effective than in other fields of research. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Ritva, can you comment?
Thank you for this comment and question. I would say that yes, we are open to biology as well. We might not be able to do purely research in this joint action, but new evidence, new ideas are of course welcome. And especially this comes to my mind, well, there are links to several of these projects, but especially understanding in the health technology assessment, something also biology understanding should be there. So my answer is yes, we welcome that. I don't know how and to which projects, but we are open. Thank you.
Just to support what Ritva said, okay, this is not a research project first, this has to be clear. So I think it's important to understand the limits of the knowledge, okay, of what is the current level of knowledge, of course, when you make regulatory decisions. And it's important to follow on what is coming out as new research and new evidence. But then the specific research needs should be addressed through a different mechanism. And actually we have been, okay, we're from DG Energy, we're not masters of the research program, it's our colleagues in DG RTD. Actually, one of the topics that we have been discussing lately with them is exactly the needs for not just only radiobiology, but the needs associated with the knowledge base in therapeutic, the new radionuclide therapies, yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, please.
So Michel Kohler from the European Association of Nuclear Medicine. I wanted to point out, because I see a lot of interesting proposals on CT, that most of the nuclear medicine imaging systems are now hybrid systems, so they also have a CT component, and we are using the CT in a different way than CT is used in radiology, so perhaps that should also be taken into account, especially if looking at the diagnostic reference levels, and also perhaps the justification on how the CT is used also in a hybrid way, just as a support to the SPECT or the PET scan. Just to comment a bit on this.
Thank you. That's a very valuable start of discussion, actually, and see how we can develop these ideas further. So are there any other questions for clarification on these draft proposals?
Thank you. Just a minor comment. According to the previous ones, I'm Salvatore Annunziata, a nuclear physician from Gemelli Hospital. We are here as affiliated entity of Istituto Superiore di Sanità in Rome, Italy. And just to underline, as previously said, also for the call number 3, that a mention could be nice about the previous European project on theranostics as done in the beginning of this meeting, Illuminate, Accelerate, and Terra4Care. I represent here the Terra4Care project as the coordinator. So, and another option is also to insert Cloudit in the last one, but this was already said. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We can okay. Yes, thank you for this addition. I see another question from Tricia.
Not a question, just to say these 3 comments now are so important, and they've been given orally, and we heard them, but nobody wrote them down. So we really need things to be written down or emailed, or we'll just lose the information. So please, in the workout groups, or send an email directly to the coordination team. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, I can see the discussion starting already, but the breakout sessions are specifically meant for this discussion. The leaders of the groups will make sure that the information is noted. Another comment here?
Géza Sáfrány from Hungary. I have a technical question, I'm sorry. Is it possible to get the list of participating institutions? Because even from the same country, we are not familiar, especially the online, with the name of the organizations participating online. So if we can get it, the list of that, maybe we can make some contacts.
I think this is a very valuable question, and I think the names of the organizations who are in our stakeholder map, so to say, that we have a database of that, and that can be shared. And it is also part of our final report to share the list of organizations, so not of people, there's no privacy issue there, but we can share a list of organizations within all the countries that have been identified as stakeholders in this field of medical ionizing radiation applications. Any other? Yes, please, Tom.
Questions for Ritva. I'm Tom Drijk, by the way, from the Dutch Society for Medical Physics. You said at the end, don't worry about interactions between projects, that will be taken care of later. Are we encouraged in the workshops to give you any interactions that we can see?
Short answer, yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions at this point? So we are now going to break for lunch. The breakout sessions will start at 1. One of the groups is in this plenary room for their breakout session. Then there's another room just outside of this room, and the other 2 are down the hall right from the registration desks. So those are the 4 rooms that we can use for the breakout sessions. So for our online participants, we are going to break now here for lunch and then start with the breakout sessions. You are very welcome to submit your feedback form with your ideas about these 11 projects that have been defined. And we will reconvene in the plenary at 4. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. We have had lively breakout sessions. I visited all the discussion groups and I heard good discussions, and I think that it's interesting now to wrap up that what we concluded or what was discussed today. So we will go through each discussion group, and the discussion group leaders will come to tell briefly the topics, and especially what was changed from the original ones, and what ideas came up, and if there was anything else that you want to tell from the group, it's possible. And this information is also for online participants who couldn't participate in the discussions. So it's very important to describe what was discussed today. So we will start from the group 1. That's Eva and Andrew. We will use microphone because there are also online participants.
Yeah, that's no problem. Yeah. Okay, so in respect to our discussions for Project 1, which looked at generic justification, I think we had a lot of useful discussions. In particular, one of the things that came out strongly was the need for almost a test case with cooperation between member states or different competent authorities. There was talks about using a test case focusing on methodologies from the UNETA model, or at least parts of the UNETA model, and perhaps involving an observer or a country who's less experienced in this area of generic justification to participate and learn from the kind of processes and approaches taken by other member states which are progressing in this area. Lessons learned from UNETA projects, which are projects focused on harmonizing HTA methods, could be looked at, and perhaps meeting with some individuals that are involved in those joint actions could be quite beneficial to kind of learn from their experiences and how they approached what is quite a similar task. In addition to best practice, there's a need to look at maybe the life cycle of products, whether they be medicines or medical devices, to understand how work and clinical evidence synthesis can be deduplicated to ensure that we're not reproducing efforts and are maximizing kind of the evidence synthesis products that are already being produced out there. There was questions about how we engage with HTA bodies to work on joint HTA issues, especially when they're not falling within the scope of HTAR. So for now, a lot of HTAR's activities is focused on radiopharmaceuticals, but not necessarily the medical devices that are involving or emitting ionizing radiation. We had quite a fruitful discussion as well on ethics committees, the role of ethics committees, where their role sits in within justification, and as well kind of radiation protection professionals there. As well, we had a discussion on biomedical research and the role of justification in that area. And I think in particular on those two topics, it might be something for us to bring back to our 5.2 working group and to look at clarifying more and discussing more in the context of that document, which you would have seen a draft of earlier, and that was circulated prior to our workshop this week. Similarly, we also had a discussion on clinical trials in that area, and I think a bit of clarification in that area and discussion amongst PRISMA consortium members would be beneficial to kind of get a more clear idea of what is within and out of scope when we talk about generic justification. On that same vein, we kept coming back to this idea of the criteria of what we're looking at. So sometimes we talked about criteria, but we also talked about class and type of practice. This idea of member states maybe looking at and drawing the line differently in terms of how detailed they want to be with generic justification. So you can imagine that you could take it at a very high level and look at brand new practices that have been never done before, or you could look at minor modifications. So trying to not only, I suppose, identify best practices when it comes to generic justification, but also kind of best practices and harmonization in terms of what we're going to look at for generic justification. There was an increased emphasis as well on asymptomatic individuals and perhaps the need to have a test case in that area and consider specifically the role of generic justification and generic justification methods for those kinds of practices. And we ended by talking about cooperation with HERCA and their previous work in this area. There was expressions of interest from a number of participants, and I suppose there's a lot for us to take from our discussions today and feedback and kind of alter within our documents and our proposals. So on behalf of myself and Eva, we do want to say thank you for everyone who attended that session. You've given us lots to think about, and we look forward to getting back to you on some of your suggestions.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And then we go to group 2, Karen and Tricia. So Tricia, please.
I'll just use the podium. Our first project discussion was Project 2, Individual Justification of Medical CT Procedures. Countries represented included Croatia, Austria, Ireland, Italy, Hungary, Czech Republic, Germany, Iceland, Netherlands, and the moderators were Sweden and Norway. This was quite a spirited discussion around culture change, power struggles, and some complications around that. We were very fortunate to have the coordinator of EU Just CT and as well a representative country from EU Just CT. So in the original proposal, we did discuss amplifying this towards other EU countries or consortium member countries who haven't implemented EU Just CT or iGuide. So we did get quite a good background on what was done in this previous project. It seems that Luxembourg has created a tutorial for iGuide and for audits in general in English. That could be something we could leverage, perhaps translate into other national languages and make available across EU countries. It's always good to leverage work that's already been done and paid for by the European Commission for sustainability purposes into newer projects. I'm looking at our Commission representatives here. There was discussion about making iGuide compulsory in that it is integrated into the referral systems, so an integration with, for example, IT systems. So at the point of referral, this information would be available for physicians. I have a big comment saying waste of money, but I think that's because we have an exceptional increase in the prevalence of CT across Europe, and we really need to look at the unnecessary use of CT as a modality and bring that down. And one of the main questions is, how do we incentivize politicians, legislators, the people with the money who would be responsible for integrating such guidelines at a national level? And one of the original ideas we had was doing some sort of economic analysis to prove what the savings could be if we did implement such referral guidelines nationally and across Europe. Interesting conversation, about the nomenclature that's being used and how it's not harmonized, how we could potentially do a census of that and work towards greater harmonization across Europe. Let's see. Culture. There's a culture issue. There's also some inconsistency, not just in the nomenclature, but in general in the names of exams that are used. So I imagine this inconsistency is between countries because it's in national languages, but also within countries and across regions of countries, and that's an issue. And finally, we have a really beautiful quote, and I think that is, "A referral is a request for a consultation with a radiologist." And I think that's a beautiful quote because as I understand it, it's quite challenging when the radiologist receives this referral, depending on their level of training or experience, whether or not to say yes or no to this referral. And it seems as though the decision-making power is diffuse. And so there needs to be clearer guidelines at the level of the referral. So that's project 2. For those who are online, please, if you do have additional comments, ideas, please do send them through and we'll try to incorporate them. Project number 5, optimization of radiation protection in interventional radiology. Super interesting conversation. The countries were Belgium, Finland, Italy, Sweden, Germany, Estonia, Hungary, with facilitators from Norway and Sweden. And there was a real focus on this project, not on the patients, but on the occupational exposure. The entire 45-minute conversation revolved around occupational exposure, training, proper use of protective equipment, but not just interventional radiologists and cardiologists, across the board, other types of professions who are underrepresented in this sort of radiation protection initiatives. So correct use of personal protective equipment, a big issue around perceived risk and monitoring. So, for example, if staff members are receiving dosimetry data retrospectively, which may not be cumulative, so this perception of risk and how we may be able to intervene to do better dosage monitoring to improve radiation protection for professionals. Quite a significant conversation on dose constraint levels. And also on low-hanging fruit. So what data is currently available? We have, Richard, evex/.org. Where's Richard? What was the website? Ezerex? Ezerex/ It'll be in the notes. Anyhow, there's some really interesting data out there from professional exposure that we could leverage for low-hanging fruit to do an analysis that would be an uncertainty analysis where we could look at the difference of a factor of 10 or looking at the different limits that different countries have analyzed, for example, 66 to 150% of the measured dose rate. And also Estonia has a registry, a health data registry of dose limits or dosage readings from professionals that we could also use as an initial analysis, so low-hanging fruit to get a baseline. So this could be interesting. Risk perception, big question around risk perception and how we change that culture. And possibly thinking about piloting for those professions who have, for example, cardiology, who may never have access to their radiation readings, to their dosage readings, being a little bit more proactive with that. So, for example, piloting something where professions have to sign off on their dosage after a month just to improve the overall awareness of dosage received for professionals. So you can see this was very much brainstorming, but we do have some interesting ideas that we believe we can pull together for low-hanging fruit. It was a bit divergent because we really did focus on occupational exposure. Okay, the last project was revisiting European clinical imagery quality criteria for X-ray imaging supporting clinical optimization. Finland, Czech Republic, Sweden, Italy, Hungary, Denmark, with Norway and Sweden as facilitators. We had no radiographers in the group, but we did have a conversation with a radiographer before the session. And one of the big elements, and the entire group agreed with this, was training. How do we train, for example, for proper positioning of radiotherapy, for planning for treatment, for, let's see what we say here. We have a comment that X-ray imaging is a craft that needs to be trained for. It's not just about the machine. We talked about the possibility of training using phantoms for different types of positioning, training using webinars being translated into local languages. We talked about the possibility of piloting on paper the development of virtual and physical training, computer programming. We talked about trust for AI and advanced methodologies. So this was really a crazy fun discussion. But in the end, we came up with the need for training specifically targeted to radiographers and how we could best do that in a very innovative and modern way. Finally, we talked about issues around patient compliance, evaluation of equipment, particularly the processing of the builders, of the photos of the equipment. So possibly conducting a census of currently deployed X-ray equipment and the quality of that processing, so we have an archive. So if any member states want to replace heritage or legacy equipment with newer equipment, they have an archive of currently operational equipment with processing powers and quality imaging moving forward. So again, anyone online, please let us know, and we'll try to summarize this in a more comprehensive and tidy manner in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this brief. I think we need to discuss later a little bit more about how far we can go in this occupational. I can see a link when it's patient protection and optimizing patient dose, and there is a link to occupational doses then. But how far otherwise we can go? But that's another issue. But now Andrew will continue because it was only the first project he briefed, and now we hear also the third project.
Thanks, Ritva. So confusion on my part, I thought we were going by projects rather than by group. Very importantly, the radionuclide project was very well attended, and we'd like to thank everyone who did attend that discussion here today. It was quite a fruitful discussion, and I think a lot of important things came out from it. In particular, I think there is a need to restructure that project in a couple of different ways. Firstly and foremostly, what came through really strongly from the beginning was a need to focus on implementation. There's a need to focus on the practical issues and the policy-specific issues that are coming out of SimpleRad rather than just the broad general recommendations, and need to focus on how to actually action these recommendations. A restructuring of the project would also be beneficial, with a focus less on groups at a European and national level or professional level, but more task-orientated to outline groups of tasks which need to be addressed, and then to identify the stakeholders best to address them. I had a bit of a discussion, like I said, about policy-specific items to be addressed within these recommendations, and there was a discussion about maybe having a wider group of people as part of an assembly to identify who needs to be where for those kind of tasks. At EU level, we had set out some joint actions. However, it's very likely, and we knew this prior to today, that a lot of those actions would actually probably be best completed outside of the joint action by the European Commission through other fora and other mechanisms. So there's a need to rethink the structure. But in addition to that, there's a need to identify maybe what Simple RAD recommendations are going to be addressed elsewhere through other mechanisms and what needs to be addressed as part of the joint action. There was, of course, discussions on things like effluent release, fixed activity, and so forth that came up, but really this idea of thinking about more task-orientated approaches was the center of our discussions. There was also quite an important point which came up about linking in with other projects that are ongoing. So within our PRISMA work, linking in with the justification project, leading on the mapping exercises that are there to identify where we can address radiation protection issues coming out of Simple RAD, especially with respect to clinical trials and addressing these radiation protection issues early. There was also a consideration of using the existing processes elsewhere to address some of the Simple RAD recommendations, such as the joint clinical consultation procedure that is available through HTAR to try and address some of the concerns there, such as the cost model for dosimetry and trying to pull out the kind of cost data that you'd need for your health technology assessments and to get manufacturers maybe to start producing data about personalized dosimetry. Very strongly at the end, then we finished on a need to discuss on collaboration, in particular discussing the role of international organizations such as HRCA, EFOMP, EANM, and as well medicines agencies who are perhaps a little underrepresented at this week's event to see what recommendations are best addressed for this joint action and how we can best address them. And there's also a need to see if the joint action, if it's not addressing certain recommendations and they're best addressed elsewhere, to see how we can endorse the work of these groups or lean on the work that's happening. We finished by kind of noting that Simple RAD isn't perhaps the only project in nuclear medicine happening, and a need to look at things like the Secure project and other projects. Firstly, see if there's no duplication, but as well to see on what that can be leveraged there and how we can best work together. And as well, I suppose, quite importantly, something that was discussed on this morning by the Commission and that's coming through again is kind of the mechanism which international organizations such as HRCA, EFOMP, ENNM can participate, whether it be as a subcontractor or via another mechanism, to have meaningful kind of, how would we say, meaningful collaboration in this area that leads to a successful joint action. And on that, that's kind of radiopharmaceuticals for now. Thank you again to everyone who helped with those projects and contributed to the discussion, and to the online members as well who submitted their written responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. So now we have heard group 1 and group 2, and now it's group 3. So Dario and Ivana.
Okay, Dario and I decided to present, jointly, so I will present only project number 4, optimization of radiation protection in pediatric imaging. What we did so far, we developed list of tasks and task descriptions, and what is left to be done tomorrow is list of deliverables with description of deliverables. We also discussed this announced possibility of removing the parts of the projects dealing with these practical guidelines and continuous training development. And this group thinks that these parts should be kept and that there should be a way how to overcome the issue of existence of that project which deals with the CT part. So we believe there will be a solution for this. Then there was a suggestion, and everyone in the group agrees that it would be nice to include preterm infants as a special group in both parts of the project, optimization and DRLs. Then we also suggest to have a new task which will deal with the trigger levels for pigskin doses in case of children undergoing interventional procedures. And another possible task in nuclear medicine, which is related to review of current status regarding the dosage charts. And that's it. Tomorrow we will continue with deliverables. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana. So Dario will continue.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So the project number 7 was of developing and utilization of diagnostic reference levels. In fact, it was first, our discussion firstly started with in which part of medical exposure should we orient projects. So it's diagnostic and interventional radiology, nuclear medicine, and also there is nuclear medicine, especially CT. And then we also had some suggestions of dental radiology and especially hybrid techniques that could be included in nuclear medicine. So it will become really large project, so we will have to discuss it further if it will be splitted maybe in few projects, or at least we will split it in a number of tasks. Then also, since it's not just, it should be, of course, DRLs should be developed in line with new position paper of steering group for safety and quality. And we also think we were also discussing the guidelines that the guidelines that should be produced for utilization of diagnostic reference levels, but not only the guidelines, but part of the project should be also testing the guidelines in some pilot hospitals, because if we stay only with guidelines, this is just a paper, and it's maybe not practical, maybe not implementable. So this will also be considered as one of the tasks. And a special emphasis was given to validation of data that will be, because there will be a lot of data, so validation of data should be of special concern in this project. The second, of course, there was a lot of other discussion, a lot of participants, but I will just give some accent on the most important things. The next project was the project of pregnancy in medicine. This is, in fact, initiated because our guidances from European Commission or from ICRP are 25 or more years old, so it's obsolete, and especially in technology. And this technology is leading, it can in fact change some of the guidelines given till now. Nevertheless, as the main problem here was part of social, because different relevant professionals will be included, so it will be also, we need to include not only relevant professionals, but also patients, biologists that should also give their part, and referral doctors, again certainly dentists, and this awareness campaign and disseminating campaign will be the most demanding part. And the other things is, though we didn't think to include occupational, it was discussed here because so it means pregnant workers. It was discussed here because it will probably our idea was to give information for guidelines, so it should be complete, so occupational part will also be here. And this is the most important things that we discussed. Of course, everything we will try to change to give better insight after. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was group 3, so we have group 4, Froye and Trude, so floor is yours.
So the first project proposal that was discussed in our group was the project proposal number 6, optimization in image-guided radiotherapy. We had representatives from 7 countries: Hungary, Italy, Sweden, Czech Republic, Finland, and Croatia. There was 11 participants coming from the regulators, radiation protection professionals, and clinicians. And among the clinicians, we had all 3 professions: oncologists, medical physicists, and radiotherapy technologists. We are very happy that because of that we had a very interesting discussion. After the introduction of the proposal, the discussion started with a question from the participants how we came to the idea within the Prisma to have this, to create this proposal. So basically because of the evidence of clinical evidence or general evidence of the increasing amount of imaging in radiotherapy as a consequence of the equipment, new equipment and new methodologies which are connected to the IGRT. And after having a discussion with Eurados, as I remember, that was the online discussion with the team of Siskonen from Working Group 12, because they were involved in conducting the survey about the imaging in the IGRT. And as discussion went on, we discussed the importance of the IGRT in various techniques, especially adaptive techniques in the radiotherapy which are emerging now, and the need for the recommendation and standardized practice was recognized. Also, the Eurados survey pointed that the many centers or the factory settings in using the IGRT techniques are very often used. So the users are, let's say, very rarely developing their own techniques. They're just using the factory settings. And basically, we come to the conclusion first that quality assurance recommendations on IGRT should be included in the project goals, and we should also consider creating survey among the European countries on the equipment that was used, that is used for the IGRT, and the Dirac base, IAA Dirac base was considered as a one source and possibly another sources as one big survey that should go from user to user. And also we had a proposal for possible additional project, that is the project addressing the dose volume constraints or limits for organs at risk and re-irradiation in radiotherapy. And we know, the people in radiotherapy, we know that these are the very important questions. Practically, you don't have radiotherapy centers where there was no re-irradiation and there was no issues on the dose volume constraints. And it was recognized that practice is not standardized. So that was just a suggestion from one of the participants. So that's all from the project number 6.
So thank you. I would like to use this opportunity to provide a big thank you to Maria de Carmo Lopez that was preparing much of the content of these discussions, but was stuck in Portugal due to the power breakdown yesterday. And also to Hervoje here, that you were very sporty, and you stepped in on very short notice, so thank you. Yes, so I will present the summary of the project related to incident learning systems, where we had 12 participants from different countries: Hungary, Croatia, Ireland, Sweden, Italy, Czech Republic, Finland, Iceland, and Norway. Yes, and we were discussing that there are differences from country to country on this concept. Some countries, it is mandatory to have these reporting systems. In other countries, it is not mandatory. And there were also discussions about differences from country to country in more of a culture, so that can influence this use of incident learning systems. EU TERP was mentioned as work looking into when it comes to education on this topic. And it was also emphasized that we will not duplicate work that if it's already been done. So for instance, questionnaires that has already been done during the Malin project, we will not duplicate that work. They were emphasizing perhaps the need of sharing the results from Malin, sharing those before we would start on the actions that are mentioned in these descriptions, project descriptions. Some of the departments have their quality and safety systems where it is incidents related to radiation is reported, and it's the same system whether it's an incident related to radiation, or is it in surgery, or in what kind of medical practice. So it's important that we should not invent something new. We should integrate into already existing systems, and And it was also mentioned that for to be authorized as a comprehensive cancer center, it is a requirement that they use these incident learning systems. So that is also something to be worth looking into, how we perhaps can include radiation protection aspects here. It was mentioned also that the importance to include the concept of or near misses, to use near misses and to learn to prevent for the major events to happen. There were also some questions raised whether it was the most important to have a good system in place, or are there more of psychological barriers to get people to report incidents? And that we should focus on this no blame culture and focusing on the learning. It was also mentioned that WHO have a patient safety action plan, And the concept here is the same when learning from incidents. And this is now, it's an action plan for 2021 to 2030. So it's a good timing, perhaps also to look into that, whether that is now being implemented in European countries. Yes, that was all on the incident learning system, I think. And then we have a project on clinical audits. There were also 12 participants in that group, more or less the same countries, and also Estonia included. Yeah, with clinicians and regulators and professional societies represented. Yes, so in the clinical audit project, there were shared some of the participants had experience in participating in doing clinical audits, and it is considered very useful. That is also input that we have received from hospitals in our country. And this is something that benefits the patient. There are also here differences from country to country, where in some countries it is mandatory to do these clinical audits, and in other there is no such requirements. And as always, funding is a major issue. Who shall pay for these clinical audits to be performed? There were discussion about who could be auditors. How can we train auditors? And perhaps can there be, for smaller countries, it can be difficult to allocate the resources, so perhaps could there be a pool of, on EU level of auditors that could contribute to doing clinical audits among the European countries. Yes, and it was also mentioned that input from the ongoing CLAUDIT project will be important. So this is important that we will include when we are going along further in our project development. Yes, and some countries, they have dedicated organizations that do these audits, and other countries there is more or less it's up to the hospitals themselves doing it. So it will be good for countries where there is well-established systems in place and a framework that this can be shared, experiences can be shared to others if when we are building up a national infrastructure. Yes, I think more or less that is what we were talking about. We will, of course, make better summaries when we have more time, and we will continue the discussions tomorrow. And I will thank all the participants in group number 4 for very constructive input to the project. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I also want to thank all the discussion leaders and also all of you who participated in these discussions. But I would also like to thank online participants, because we have received some comments and suggestions, and that these will be distributed. Tomorrow, the groups can include this input into the discussions. Then I have heard from some of you that you still have some ideas, but there was not time to take them into the discussion. So tomorrow is still time. So please give your ideas. Tomorrow morning we will continue, so that first for consortium members only 8:30 we have the General Assembly, and then the discussion groups will start 9:15, 9:15, and we will use the same rooms, so you can go directly to the discussion group what you want. So now it's time to close for this day, this program, and hopefully everybody can join this walking tour that is offered for us. Have a nice evening and relax also, and tomorrow with bright ideas we will continue. Thank you.